Welcome, everyone. It's our privilege to welcome you to the 29th Annual Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System, or as you know it, NMMS Users Technical Exchange Event. I am Lloyd Begley, the Division Director for the Nuclear Materials Integration Division, part of the National Nuclear Security Administration within the Department of Energy. I'm joined by someone you should all recognize, Maribel Shoemaker, from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and our counterpart and partner at the NRC. I'm confident that today you'll find, and throughout the week, the virtual session is very enriching. We thank you so much for your time being here and with us, and the opportunity to share with you. I'm reminded of how important our work is to the nation, and engaging you is just as important. I thank you for your due diligence, attention to detail, and all of your hard work throughout the years to support this mission. Before I turn it over to Maribel to go through details for the structure of the program for the entire week, I want to thank everyone who set up this event behind the camera and in person, all of our contributors, presenters, especially the Oak Ridge National Laboratory and Link Technologies. Especially, and last but not least, our analysts who help you all throughout the year and tirelessly answer all the phone calls and troubleshoot your issues with you. We truly believe in this partnership. Again, thank you again on behalf of the NNSA, and I'll turn it over to Maribel.
Thanks, Loida. For this part of the presentation, I want to go over some of the housekeeping activities and other aspects of the agenda and access to references that might be important this week as you connect with us and participate in each of the sessions. Our training is scheduled for Monday to Thursday this week. We'll kick off each morning with some testing of audio and visual connectivity at 10:30 a.m. And our goal is to start promptly each morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with the agenda that's been shared with you. We anticipate concluding at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and throughout the day we're going to have a couple 10-minute breaks at the end of each 50-minute session. This is your opportunity to stretch, bio break, and maybe get the blood circulating before you sit down and join us for the next session. You can also use your break as an opportunity to submit questions or comments regarding what you just reviewed, and we'd be happy to address them at the end of the day unless there is a designated Q&A live segment. So again, we'll be aiming to give responses to any questions we receive the best we can, either in real time or at the conclusion of the training. And we will be striving to post our presentations from this event within about 2 weeks from its conclusion. You'll find a special announcement shared through the NMMS distribution email. I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the topics you'll see on the agenda this year. When we decided to adapt this technical exchange to a virtual meeting, it was really important to make sure that the presentations came from a diverse group of stakeholders within NMMS to ensure that we're touching on impact items that are relevant to both DOE and NRC, as well as the licensees and other regulators who look to NMMS for reports and data to help fortify their mission and help them achieve their goals. So we'll see some relevant topics on anticipated growth in industry and expansion, as well as technology advancements. I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation from NEI, as well as NRC leadership about the ADVANCE Act and what DOE is doing with regards to transportation and expansion. There's going to be presentations on solving complex issues for MCNA right now, looking at oversight for both DOE and NRC, and that kind of connects to efficiencies that are trying to be identified in these relevant areas and where NMMS can step in and help. So the goal of this technical exchange is, as it always has been, to continue strengthening the community, focusing on collaboration and cooperation, and providing a forum for your questions to be answered, and having a touch point with the NMMS program so that we can continue to be strong nuclear stewards. Of course, with this presentation so focused on what's on the horizon, we're hoping that all participants walk away with a good understanding of what the future priorities are of nuclear with respect to MCNA and NMMS reporting. And we look forward also to capturing some recommendations for the next technical exchange. Through many of the presentations, especially the NMMS reporting focused presentations, you'll hear reference to several different instructions or guidance documents, and we wanted to point to the link where you'll be able to access these documents. At the bottom of the bullet list, you'll see links to where these various resources are posted. You can also access the link at the bottom to download and use the fillable forms, which will be presented on later this week. If you have any questions or have trouble accessing any of these documents, please let us know. They're available in other locations on the web, like the NRC Public Library and other DOE sites, but your quick short stop will be the NMMS 2025 link that's highlighted on this slide. So you may be wondering what's the best way to contact us this week. If you have any questions or connectivity issues, take a moment to capture this slide's information. If you're having some technical challenges, we recommend emailing Nick Steele or Royce Jackaman. Their emails are provided under the first bullet. If you have questions directly for the presenters, you can email Alex Ziegler. Her email is posted here. You're also welcome to email me. And then for just general questions, suggestions for improvement or topics for next year, you could submit those to Eric Meneres at his email. We're of course hoping that this event goes off without any issue or disruption, but in the case of there being a zoom.gov problem or that it no longer is able to support the technical exchange, we will send out a notification with instructions for another delivery platform within minutes of the planned outage. So if anything happens, please check your email that you used for NMMS registration to get further information. As part of the contingency planning, the event will also be rebroadcast via YouTube. Any information on how to access the link would be provided to the email that you used when you registered for this technical exchange. I'm looking forward to the segment later today where we're going to be providing awards and acknowledging special individual acts that contributed to the NMMS community accomplishments. But right now, it's a good opportunity at a higher level to highlight the impressive and extensive work completed by the NMMS program that could not have occurred without reporting from the DOE sites and the NRC licensees. This work includes a lot of records management, a lot of reconciliation work, and individual reporting for transactions. It involves foreign obligation inventory reconciliation, hosting workshops on these topics with licensees and DOE sites, as well as international partners. Just a lot of activities. You can see the numbers on here where we remain very focused on transit matching, material balance reconciliation, and other activities that promote domestic safeguards as well as international safeguards and overall nuclear non-proliferation. So truly, thank you all for your contribution to the NMMS program and ensuring that the database maintains its integrity. So we really just want to thank you for participating this week. We put on this annual event for this audience, and without your participation, it really wouldn't become the fruitful, ongoing conversation and dialogue that it has become over the years. And thank you to the presenters and the keynote speakers for working with us to prepare the content that we're excited to share with you this week. And in closing, we're just seeking your input as we plan for the 30th anniversary of the NMMS annual technical event. If you have any suggestions for topics, presentations, if you'd like to be a speaker, or with a hopeful return in person in the future, let us know. The preferred locations, suggestions you have can be sent to the NMMS inbox, which is featured on the slide, with a subject line for our attention, NMMSS 2026 planning ideas.
Great, and welcome again, and we're really looking forward to all of your participation. Like Mirabelle said, this is for you, by you, and it's what makes this community such a wonderful place to spend time, either in one of the workshops or meetings, get what you need, or if you want to spend all week with us, we're happy to see you. So welcome again, and please enjoy your week.
Hi, everybody. This is Loida Begley again. I'm happy to see everyone, and this is a true hybrid event, so welcome. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce the Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Enterprise Stewardship, Greg Hatchett. He has a very illustrious background and career with the National Nuclear Security Administration, Office of Environment, Safety, and Health, in which the Office of Enterprise Stewardship is housed, a background in supporting our senior office, front office, the Associate Principal Deputy Administrator as a Special Assistant, an Executive Director, a Senior Technical Advisor. Greg has spent time in the private sector with Areva, and has had a long, illustrious career in the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And when he's not busy doing that, he's off getting his master's degree in finance. So I wanted to introduce, and last but not least, also an Army veteran. So thank you for joining us and joining Greg. I'm very happy to introduce him. And please, Greg, take it away.
Well, thank you, Loida and Maribel, for that welcoming of everyone and the kind words. It's an honor to address this 29th Annual Nuclear Materials Management Technical Exchange. And as Loida said, my name is Greg Hatchett. She also let you know that I serve as the Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Enterprise Stewardship. And we are a part of the Office of Environment, Safety, and Health, which is, I guess we're about 2 to 3 years old now. 2022, I think, is when we did the reorganization. So on behalf of myself and the NAESH leadership, I want to begin by acknowledging the vital work that each of you do to ensure that the nation's nuclear materials are accounted for, secured, and safeguarded. It's truly amazing work. To our partners from IAEA, Department of State, the NRC, and representatives from commercial facilities, and of course the DOE and NSA sites, your dedication to nuclear security and nonproliferation is the foundation upon which our collective mission rests. Today, I'd like to share with you both our renewed national commitment to nuclear security and the sense of urgency behind our current priorities. So a little bit about nuclear material accountancy, right? At the core of everything we do is nuclear material accountancy. I want you to think of yourselves as the bank. Now, when I think of the bank, I think of a Bank of America because I do business with them, but no one wants the bank to get their deposits and receipts wrong. So the precision and reliability of our accountancy systems, processes, and procedures directly impact national security, nonproliferation efforts, and ultimately our ability to meet production goals. As we scale up PIP production capabilities, the demand for our materials accounting system will increase. The data that flows through the NMMS system represents far more than regulatory reporting requirements. Again, you're the bank. It is a strategic asset that informs and drives decision-making, right? Now, to that point, right, that point cannot be overstated, right? Excellence in nuclear materials management is not adjacent to our mission. It is central to it. Confronting our challenges, we need to make sure that the mission and we need to make sure that many of you participating in this week's event understand you have responsibility for leading and executing activities that are consequential to meeting our goals for PIT production if you're in the nuclear security enterprise. The path to achieving those goals is not without significant challenges. Let me state a few. We face constraints in waste management systems that must be addressed. We need to free up storage capacity at critical facilities to accommodate production needs. We must optimize packaging and transportation protocols for efficiency and security. We continue to navigate workforce development challenges in the specialized technical areas. And need I say, right, with the new administration, there's a whole of government change that is taking place that affects how we do business, how we're going to go forward in this dynamic environment. But while these challenges are not insurmountable, they do require innovative thinking, cross-functional organizational collaboration, and a willingness to reconsider long-established processes. Yes, I know it's like Linus holding onto his blanket, but sometimes you have to let the blanket go and get a new one. You need an upgrade. But my message today is that overcoming these challenges is essential to our national security mission. We are, in my office, committed to identifying and eliminating bottlenecks that impede progress toward our PIT production goals. And to my national security colleagues, right, we ask you to embrace those goals and to work with us as we will work with you in doing so. Now, but as we gather here today, it is at a time of significant geopolitical uncertainty. The international security environment continues to evolve in complex and challenging ways. In this context, maintaining a safe, secure, and effective deterrent remains fundamental to our national security strategy. Right? The Department of Energy and NSA's responsibilities in this arena are more critical than ever. Secretary Wright has emphasized that we must balance our responsibilities across nuclear security enterprise, deterrence, nonproliferation, and nuclear security, while accelerating specific mission-critical priorities. So let's talk about the national imperative of PIT production, right? Again, chief among these priorities to support the PIT production mission is revitalizing our nation's ability to produce plutonium pits, the cores of nuclear weapons. And years ago, around 2015, 2016, the Congress gave us a charge to modernize our infrastructure, and we've been doing so ever since. As many of you know now, Secretary Wright has established a clear goal of producing 100 pits by the end of this administration. So we're looking to get that out by January 2029, of course. This is not merely an aspirational target. It is a national security imperative that demands our collective focus and commitment. PIT production capabilities are essential for maintaining the safety and reliability of our nuclear deterrent. We depend on it. Our partners depend on it, right? For the first time in decades, we are rebuilding this critical capability within the nuclear security enterprise, a complex undertaking that touches every part of our operations. A little bit more about our transformation or our evolution with our systems. We have already begun a series of enterprise-wide collaborative efforts to accelerate progress. These initiatives have an unprecedented sense of urgency, focused on establishing integrated teams across the enterprise to address waste management constraints, launching a comprehensive review of storage facilities to characterize as-is conditions and optimize utilization, modernize our approaches to address inefficiency caused by a one-size-fits-all approach to compliance. On this topic, my boss, Mr. Ahmad Al-Dawk, just a few weeks ago, launched an ambitious program called Regulatory Relief and Reform. This initiative, in collaboration with NNSA field offices and site management operating contractors, is focused solely on identifying opportunities where requirements do not add value to enhance the safe operability of our facilities or the protection of workers, members of the public, and the environment. You know, doing some of these regulatory relief things reminds me of my time at NRC, where we did some of the same things by having a technical specification improvement program. So I've seen it before and I know it's doable. We believe that common sense approach to risk-informed tailoring of requirements to the nature of specific operations will not only result in more efficiency, but it will also enhance the overall safety posture. expanded and more agile transportation and packaging networks to enhance system-wide capability and capacity to meet the increasingly high demand. Intensifying collaborations with our partners across the enterprise and with other government agencies and our international partners to ensure alignment of priorities. Beyond these operational improvements, we are embracing digital transformation across our material accountancy and management system. This is a topic that I shared with you at the last meeting, right? So implementing advanced data analytics to identify trends and potential bottlenecks before they impact operations, creating visualization tools and provide leadership with real-time insights into material flows, and exploring AI applications that can enhance anomaly detection, recommended proactive course correction, and improve reporting accuracy. These digital innovations will transform how we collect, analyze, and utilize nuclear materials data across the enterprise. Now, let's say a little bit more about reporting. Reporting, I want you to think of as a strategic imperative, right? The value of our materials management systems is directly proportional to the timeliness and accuracy of the data that fuels them. As we implement these advanced analytics capabilities, timely reporting becomes even more critical. When reporting is delayed or incomplete, it creates ripple effects across the enterprise, impacting planning, resource allocation, and operational decisions. Reporting is a strategic contribution to national security. Therefore, it must be accurate and precise, as well as timely. Just as important, there needs to be standardization in reporting. A potential benefit of standardizing is leveraging the use of artificial intelligence tools. Our office is committed to working with you again to remove barriers and bring reporting into the 21st century. In doing so, together we will greatly enhance the reliability of the process to inform timely and actionable decision-making as a result of the meaningful insights we provide. In conclusion, I ask each of you what I asked of myself, to approach your responsibility with renewed vigor and purpose. Challenge established processes when they impede progress toward our vital national security objectives. Share your insights and innovative solutions with leadership. The best ideas often come from those closest to the work. That is you. Embrace the potential of digital transformation, data analytics, and AI to evolve nuclear materials management. It is here to stay. Look for opportunities to enhance collaboration across organizational boundaries. The complex challenges we face demand integrated solutions. Might I mind you, not only is the issue we're dealing with technically complex, but is also organizationally complex because it cuts across so many different organizations, so many different locations, geographically dispersed, and so many ways we are trying to act as one community, yet we're different. Remember that your work in nuclear materials accountancy and management directly enables our national security mission. I appreciate your dedication to this vital mission, and I look forward to your continued collaboration in the years to come. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to take a minute to introduce Kenyatta Morgan Butler, who is the Deputy Division Director for the Division of Fuel Management at the NRC. But before we provide her pre-recorded remarks, I just wanted to emphasize, the unique hybrid atmosphere we have going on, even coming out so many years after COVID. We had to do this before. We were able to provide great virtual content before, and then we returned in person. And this year we're trying something new. I want to acknowledge that on the other side of Alex and myself, we have an audience actually who's live viewing at the Germantown headquarters. We have folks, they're all waving to us. We have folks tuning in at the NRC, and I know many of you that have interest in NMMSS, MC&A safeguards. You're tuning in from your respective work locations, and I just really wanted to echo what Loida said. Thank you for taking time out of your week to spend with us. What's unique about the virtual environment is that we're able to do multiple engagements with stakeholders as needed when they arise. So like this week, for example, our Kenyatta, who's going to be speaking shortly, is going to be attending a fuel cycle, fuel facilities, storage and spent fuels, transportation, business line briefing before the commission, and then also jetting over to meet with licensing folks from industry and NEI. So, as this week is going on, we know that you're juggling multiple important events, as are we. So thank you again for your time, and I'm going to pass it to my leadership for the NRC opening remarks.
Hello, I'm Kimyata Morgan Butler, Deputy Director for the Division of Fuel Management in the Office of Nuclear Materials Safety and Safeguards, or NMSS, at the USNRC. This is my first time attending the Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguards System Technical Exchange. While I had hoped to attend it in person, I applaud the meeting planners for adapting this event to maximize participation and maintain this interface with stakeholders across industry and government. In my presentation, I would like to provide important information about the NRC and highlight important activities that the Division of Fuel Management, or DFM, is engaged in to support the agency's mission. If you attended the NRC's Regulatory Information Conference in March or recent commission meetings, you've likely heard about the Accelerating Deployment of Versatile Advanced Nuclear for Clean Energy Act of 2024, or ADVANCE Act. It requires the NRC to take a number of actions, especially in the areas of licensing in new reactors and fuels, while maintaining the NRC's core safety and security mission. Some of these actions include developing a regulatory framework for fusion technology and developing strategies and guidance for microreactors. The NRC is working to meet the Act's various deadlines to Congress while upholding the principles of good regulations. As such, the NRC has been engaged with stakeholders at various stages and created a dashboard to provide updates on implementation progress. In response to the ADVANCE Act, the Commission set forth a new mission statement for the agency. The Commission approved the following language to guide the agency forward. The NRC protects public health and safety and advances the nation's common defense and security by enabling the safe and secure use and deployment of civilian nuclear energy technologies and radioactive materials through efficient and reliable licensing, oversight, and regulation for the benefit of society and the environment. The NRC has a long history of upholding public health and safety and advancing common defense and security. Through implementation of our mission, we enable the American people to have access to a stable supply of electricity, diagnostic and therapeutic medical treatments, and sterilization technology for food, cosmetics, and medical devices. The NRC's technical competence, safety culture, and well-established regulatory processes are the key to continuing to make the nuclear energy technologies and radioactive materials available for beneficial civilian purposes and in a manner that provides confidence to the public. The revision of the NRC mission statement provides an opportunity to reshape the way the NRC operates. The agency has always focused on effectiveness, that is, making the best informed decisions and taking thoughtful and methodical approaches to the development of guidance, rules, and agency policies. As the NRC celebrates its 50th year in 2025 and launches its new mission statement, we will continue to have safety and security as our North Star while focusing on effectiveness as the foundation of our agency, but with a drive to improve our efficiency and timeliness to enable technology deployment. The Division of Fuel Management has also recently updated our mission and vision statements to strategically align with updated NRC mission and the ADVANCE Act. The updated DFM mission is that the Division of Fuel Management ensures the safe transportation, storage, and possession of nuclear fuels and materials. This is accomplished through the timely licensing, appropriate oversight, and effective safeguards. Our updated vision is that DFM plans to ensure the safe transportation, storage, and possession of nuclear fuels and materials by adhering to the NRC's principles of good regulations and values, focusing on safety, reliability, and transparency. How do we put our new mission and vision into action? The ways that license holders like this community will see DFM in acting the mission and vision is through direct engagements and outreach with stakeholders. Through public meetings like the biannual Fuel Facility Stakeholder Forum, or pre-application meetings for new and existing license holders, DFM will be able to identify resources and scope the work to support incoming application requests. Where possible, DFM and the NRC at large hope to use these opportunities to identify resource gaps before they impact project review schedules. This is extremely important as we expect an influx of applications from new licensees seeking to support the advanced fuel cycle. Later today, you will be hearing an interview with the New Fuels team that was set up to ensure the DFM is integrating with partner offices in support of licensing advanced fuels and advanced reactors. Some licensees recently hosted DFM staff in the NMMSS program as it conducted a series of workshops focused on identifying common challenges related to reporting enriched uranium. These workshops had the goal of resolving present-day reporting challenges for the sites while also gathering information as the U.S. interagency develops policy and guidance on reporting foreign obligations on accident-tolerant fuel and HALEU. These interactions were invaluable as they yielded a collection of best practices that will also be shared during the technical exchange this week. Input from licensees will also contribute to improvements and modernization of licensing and oversight programs to optimize efficiency. You'll be hearing from Region 2 about the evolution of the Smart Licensing Program, an initiative that began in 2019 and was amplified during the COVID-19 epidemic to ensure inspections were focused on the most safety significant inspection areas during a time when resources and access were limited. Several lessons learned from that period have yielded present-day benefits for our program, and it continues to optimize our program overall. DFM also continues to engage internally and externally to identify innovative solutions to improve licensing and oversight activities. For example, coordination with the Office of Nuclear Regulatory Research on MCNA modeling will help inform future MCNA reviews for advanced technologies like molten salt reactors and pebble bed reactors. As I mentioned earlier, the NRC has created a dashboard to show the status of the NRC's implementation of the ADVANCE Act. You can take a closer look using the dashboard at the status and key milestones for each of the taskings that the NRC staff has issued for various sections of the ADVANCE Act. Thank you for joining us today and for your attention as we begin this important virtual gathering. Though we may be meeting remotely, the opportunity for meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and shared insight remains just as strong. I encourage you to engage fully, participate actively, and make the most of the sessions ahead. It is now my pleasure to formally welcome you to the opening of the technical exchange. I will return you back to the meeting's host.
Hello, Loida and Maribel again, and I'd like to thank Greg Hatchett and Kenyatta Morgan Butler for your opening remarks and from the DOE, NNSA, and NRC. And it is now my pleasure to welcome Dr. Stefan Baud, where he is currently located in Vienna, Austria. He is the director of the Division of Information Management, SGIM, for the Department of Safeguards at the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. He's held this post since December 2023 and has joined that position after 25 years of his work in the field of nuclear nonproliferation, with the French, a lot of his career being served at the French Atomic Energy Commission, the CEA. he established his list of accomplishments, probably as thick as this paper. So I'll just hit a couple of highlights, if you don't mind. And if I miss anything, Stefan, please jump in and fill us in. But from establishing a French laboratory for particle analysis and environmental samples, worked on attribution of signatures, and other nuclear forensics investigations. I personally know he also shares a passion with Greg with advancing data analysis, nuclear materials accountancy, AI, and other applications. So thank you for joining us. And I think Maribel had a couple of things to add too.
So I also wanted to extend a welcome and a thank you. The main entry point for NMMSS to interact with this group at IAEA has been through the CISIS group. So I just want to say also a welcome and a thank you to the interagency participants who are supporting the meeting, listening in, and who have helped us get to this point to have this exchange. The group that implements safeguards in the US is chaired by the NRC, but we also have representation from NNSA, Department of Defense, DITRA, Department of State, and of course the US Mission in Vienna, as well as the latest group here, where we're co-managing NMMSS and also have a seat at the table, thankfully, because of this interaction. There's real value in these bilateral exchanges we've had with the IAEA over the years. It helps fortify NMMSS data capture and improved data communications between NMMSS and IAEA, but also with NMMSS and our stakeholders here. So I guess we'll just jump into the first question if that's okay, Stefan. But if you decide you want to open up with some personal remarks, go ahead. I'm hoping that you might be able to talk about, just in your opening remarks, where the nuclear industry continues to grow and expand into new states. How is IAEA going to rise to the challenge of fulfilling its mission?
Okay, I hope, good morning everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Okay, wonderful. Thanks a lot, Loida and Mirabel for your introduction. Also, Alexandra for setting up the meeting. Thanks for having us. I mean, you know how strongly the agency values the opportunities of these discussions. I'm here with Willem Mandel, who's acting section head for information, state declared information analysis section. And we're extremely happy to take part. I was with you last year. It was a wonderful exchange. I'm really looking forward to continuing this active discussion, which are really, really important for us. Challenges, I mean, you're very right. Maybe a quick reminder, the role of my division in the Department of Safeguards, it's only one of the 5 technical divisions supporting 4 inspectors divisions. So we are a big organization. And the role of the division is to collect and process all safeguards relevant information. So it's a lot of things: state declared information, open source information, satellite imagery, and also sampling, planning, and the evaluation of data. So it's a lot of things to do to support the material balance evaluation and the state evaluation process. I just wanted to remind that in the very beginning. So the challenges are very diverse. You probably have received the Safeguards Implementation Report for 2024. It's it has just been released last week. I mean, the big thing is the nuclear renaissance, as we should say, because a lot is going on. You're very well placed to see that. There's a lot of new facilities, I would say classic facilities. So a lot more inspection to be performed, a lot more nuclear material to account for, but also a lot of new concepts with the SMRs or the AMRs. There's enough new fuel cycle technologies. We've sometimes safeguards approaches that just don't exist. So we need to invent them and make sure that we can really implement them on the ground and do the acquisition path analysis and state evaluation as well. Without talking about challenging situations like naval nuclear propulsion, for which we are spinning up our expertise, because we've got 2 new situations where states are developing these programs, and the agency doesn't have experience on this. The challenges are also in the geopolitical context. I will not comment about it, but you see how complex the situation is. And the globalization is also increasing the transfers of equipment as well as the spread of knowledge. And all this in a context where resources are limited and our budget is limited. We have, of course, a financial situation around the world which doesn't help the international organization to increase their regular budget. And in the meantime, it's also difficult to recruit new talents because, as you well know, everybody wants new engineers because there are programs everywhere. So this is really a challenging time. But in that context, what are states doing to support us? The significant impact for us is through member state support programs. And I can tell you that the US support program in particular is absolutely instrumental to maintain our capabilities. We had just had the meeting last week with some of your colleagues in Vienna. And the support that we receive, both on expertise and also on staff, like with the cost 3 experts programs, as well as the junior professional officers program, are absolutely indispensable to continue performing our duties. Sharing best practices, I mean, is also extremely important in many contexts, mostly training and outreaching. I mean, NMMSS is part of it. I think I should also underline the importance of the INSEP program, in which we are very closely associated from NNSA and DOE, providing a lot of best practices feedback to member states and trying to improve state and regional authorities' capabilities. So there's a lot of initiatives. I also know maybe I mean, we had discussions when I toured the DOE labs, for example. I could recognize that there's a lot of initiative also from the US government to try and discuss with the industry, in particular in the context of new SMR technology, to try and make them ready for safeguards abroad, because most of this industry is dedicated to export projects. And in the context of safeguards by design in particular, there's a lot to be developed. So yeah, there's still a lot to do, but I think there's a lot going on already.
Thanks, Stefan. So I like how you answered the question because you sort of framed the challenges as opportunities. And that's a really positive message, especially this week. You highlighted some of the opportunities with the US support program and whatnot, and you mentioned best practices. Is there a best practice that the IAEA has observed of member states that might be worthwhile to share with our industry?
Well, I mean, it's best practices really relates to the quality of the exchange that we have with our member states and the state and regional authorities, and it definitely brings quality of data. So, I mean, close contact, close collaboration with us in SGIM, with the section ISD, but also with operations on the ground is definitely the key and the heart of these best practices.
Maybe I can add at that point. So the agency's multidimensional bodies, inspectors with open source analysis and so on. I've been in nuclear material accounting for about 15 years now. And in that period of time, what I've observed is that the amount of data that we are processing from member states through the years has actually constantly increased, which is natural, not only because the industry is increasing, but also nuclear material, once created, doesn't go away. At the same time, staff in nuclear material accounting has not increased. If anything, it has decreased a little bit. Now, how do we cope with that? And the key point really is correct reporting. And that just has improved. So that requires training. It requires also at the member states' side good IT. Moving from a system where at least part of the reports to the agency are somehow either manually produced or need manual intervention, and compare that with a fully automated IT system makes very big difference. So if IT system is properly programmed, we get correct reports, we can load them, we can load huge reports. That doesn't make much of an effort. But a small report with 15 errors in it keeps an analyst busy for a day. So that's my input there.
So quality.
Quality, yeah. Quality.
I think we've been
Training.
striving for that with our interactions. I know, it was a good tip. I think maybe you want to expand on some of that.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, I've seen in my short time in this function and this role, a little over 3 years now, have seen a lot of heart put into behind that quality across the board. So and I think we had started a fillable form that had created that, and even though sort of a modest change, we're already seeing some great impact. So a lot of innovation from our team as well there. So thank you for that reassurance. So I'll put us in the sort of time machine a little bit. We had been speaking with the eye on quality with the IEA about historical data. Our data goes back into the 50s, beginning of nuclear materials accountancy as we know it for the United States. And I know the IEA has a similar history with its data. So are there any sort of words of wisdom when it comes to leveraging historical data and kind of bringing it up to the standards of modern day or even future day when we start talking about automation, machine learning, AI, anything that you'd want to highlight there? And yeah, I'll just leave that open to you.
Okay, maybe we can talk a little bit about what we are doing in the field of AI ML. I mean, it's not only in the future; it's already there. It's already present in our day-to-day work. I think we discussed it already a little bit last year. But of course, a lot remains to be done. It's a big revolution, as you know, in every domain, and we need to see how we can address it with our specificities in safeguards. And it's not an easy thing. But we do see two major fields for us. One is to support the day-to-day, I would say, office work, normal work, like everybody in every type of business, but in a safeguards context. So we need to give an opportunity for our staff to use large language models or any AI developments to help them writing emails, having meeting notes, or translating or whatever, but in the context of safeguards, which means that we need this capability on premise, like many national security environments, I would say, so our staff can benefit from these developments, but without taking the risk of any leakage of information, for which we have an agreement with states to keep them confidential. So there's a lot of prototypes in this area, and also some of them trying to use our specific data. So we've got a chatbot dedicated to safeguards, and it does normal LLM work, but we are now trying to use it with some of our specific databases. So it's a little bit too early to say what we are going to extract from historical data, but we are working on it. The second area is really the safeguards evaluation specific tools. And here I discussed already some developments that we've been doing in the context of prioritization of information, like open source collection. We can now extract entities and information and try to cluster them. And the idea here is really to support the analyst. And the analysts and the inspectors will remain the human in the loop that we need to have to draw conclusions. But the idea is to make sure that these analysts and inspectors, which will remain in the same amount. I mean, we don't expect a lot of increase in our staff resources, but these people will be capable to focus on the most relevant information better. That really is a challenge. So the idea of doing more with not less, but the same amount of resources becomes possible, and we probably will be able to cope with a workload as we described, which is really increasing. So there are many examples of these initiatives. We can have a discussion about it at one point. But for historical data, maybe I can bring one specific example, one In the case of information that we collected with regard to the DPRK file, for example, the agency is not there, but we have archived information, like tens of thousands of documents, some of them being unwritten, some of them being 100 pages. So we are working on ways to be able to exploit this information by clustering information, usable and useful when it will be needed.
Great, thank you. And it's a good reminder too that, it's usually something I'll mention in the beginning for everyone, but, your data is used every day. So thank you for all of the quality and heart you put into your work. I thought maybe I could put a specific tool out on the table, Stefan and Wilhelm, about that IAEA provides, the SDP. Can you describe a little bit about what that is and sort of the uptake of that and how it's benefited your work?
Sure, absolutely. SDP, the State Detail portal, is a very important development of recent years. And again, I should pay tribute to support by the US government, because the tool was developed with IDs and financial support from the US government, but also you guys have been providing junior professional officers in Wilhelm's section for a couple of years to support also states to embark on this program. So it's really very important. So this is a web portal which allows secured communication between state or regional authorities and the agency. So it's currently accessed by state or regional authorities, as I said, facility operators as well, and sometimes also permanent missions in Vienna, who serve as intermediate to submit all type of declarations and correspondence with the agency. So the current situation is we've got 125 states using it regularly, and 25 or 26 additional ones are signing up. So it's a continuous process. We are very happy with it. It's several thousands of incoming submissions.
Picking the same curve, I would say. Picking the same curve, I would say. SDP has sort of gone through its first revolution, first generation. Initially, when it started, it was just a very narrow subject scope, just to submit nuclear accounting reports to the agency. And US is SFT user, so it has grown considerably. It's not used for many things, almost everything. More and more states use it for more purposes, and also the back channel from the agency to the authorities is becoming more and more important. So it's time to look at it again and basically see if we should revamp it, go through the next iteration, make it basically ready for the future to come up. For some other purpose, I have gone a little bit through its interfaces the last 2 weeks. And well, some of the interfaces, they look sort of aged, which is normal because they are, of course, aged. So there's sort of an optical improvement that should be made to make it look more modern, but that would, of course, be just superficial. The functionality also will need a newly addressed, basically to make the user experience better. In particular, for example, information that's sent through the SDP currently needs to be encrypted with a separate software, which is extra work and makes the usage a little bit cumbersome. So we're trying to integrate that into the portal functionality to make the user interaction easier and more seamless, basically, going. So that's one direction of development, and the other one is what Stefan already said, to make the portal more also like you would have in a bank, where you can at any time log in. You see all your past bank statements, your communications from the bank. We would like to add some of that functionality as well, so that currently the states can see at the portal that they have submitted something, but what is gone. So we want to develop in a direction where we could, at least for some types of information, also make it possible so that submitting member states can also see what has been submitted. That would, in the future, tie into historic data. Currently, it's not historic because it's ongoing data. But yeah, it's exciting development and it's gaining momentum.
Great, thank you. And, you know, you also anticipated my next question, which was, what is the outlook and future of the SDP? So thank you very much for that. And along with that, your vision and just energy behind, you know, I would say some of the tougher parts of data management, which is envisioning some of these data tools when we have very unique applications that we have as, you know, in this role, nuclear materials accountancy and safeguards by design. And we're really thankful that the our non-proliferation team NA20 has such a strong role in this as well. So maybe I can leave it to Maribel to do the last question. Or did we anticipate that?
We're coming up on our closing because we'll be going to lunch, but I think it would be nice to leave it to you if there's any remarks you want to make about, you know, outside of AI and machine learning, are there any other technologies that the IAEA is considering in your area of information management to meet its future goals? Like, what can you leave us with as something like a future dessert that we can look forward to as part of the offerings?
Yes, I mean, you know, we had these emerging technology workshops for now a couple of sessions, like every 4 or 5 years, I guess, with more or less all the departments, so we can really use it as an incubator for new ideas, and bringing together experts from very different fields from safeguards, so we can be fed with out of the box ideas maybe. But AI/ML has been really the most promising field since probably the last 2 meetings. That's why we decided to dedicate the last session in January to AI/ML. So we looked at all the opportunities, whether it's LLMs or data visualization, and so there's really a lot to do in this area. So if I want to mention maybe a couple of other fields, which happen to be a little bit less promising, but now with the AI/ML opportunities, maybe they will be revived. I can probably mention something we were looking at in the context of NMA or MCNA, as you say, which is the distributed ledger technologies, DLT, or blockchain. But at one point, we were thinking that may bring some help in how we declare or authenticate information. So we had a meeting recently to try and revisit that with the new capabilities of machine learning, and it looks very different. Not that we came up with a solution at this stage, but it's probably something to keep in mind. And we're also trying to leverage every type of multimedia and big data for the detection of undeclared activities. That's an important field for us. And again, the new technologies that we can access now are making the picture very, very different and even much more promising. And the other thing, but I would be a little bit less qualified to talk about it, is making the better use of various sensors and new sensors. But this is really the business of another division, the Safeguards Technical Services of one of my colleagues. But yeah, that's more or less what we conclude in January after the meeting.
Well, thank you for being able to participate today. And I think you highlighted a couple opportunities that I know we're going to look forward to continuing the conversation when we meet again for our regular bilaterals. Any other closing remarks?
Oh, just thank you both, Stefan and Wilhelm, and appreciate our long-lasting partnership. And then it was great to hear, you know, some of the common themes of quality and also what's emerging on the MCNA side as we build in, you know, emphasize safeguards by design. So thank you very much. And yeah, we're in the middle of our day. If you want to continue to join us into the late evening from Vienna, you're welcome to do so. We're very happy to meet with you live. So
yeah, we'll be here. The team will be connected. Thanks again for having us, and I wish you all a fruitful meeting.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks.
So at this point, we are going to have a break for 1 hour to allow the folks on the East Coast, especially, to do lunch. We'll be meeting back at 1 p.m. At the same link that you're accessing right now, and kicking off with that presentation, NRC presentation on the new fuels team. So we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thanks. All right, welcome back everyone from your break. Hope you took some time to stretch or have some lunch, connect with colleagues. Just a reminder that we are taking questions. Some of the sessions we're hosting this week will have live Q&A. But if we don't have that for the session, that doesn't mean you can't ask your questions. Shoot them over to Alex or myself, or any of the other emails you saw highlighted from the opening remarks, and we'd be happy to get you a response at least within one day, and definitely provide a response at least in the newsletter. So before we go into the next session, I just wanted to address one of those elephants in the room. A lot of organizations right now are going through restructuring, identifying efficiencies, which means, reorganizations in general. And the NRC is no stranger to that. And one of the things that the NRC did recently with the Advance Act coming into play is developing a new fuels team. And we thought this would be a great opportunity to talk about the new fuels team, which was set up last year. And my colleague, Suzanne Ani, is going to be presenting an interview with the new fuels team team lead. So we'll go ahead and pass it to Suzanne for the presentation.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Ani. I work in the Material Control and Accounting branch in the Division of Fuel Management at the NRC. As you've already heard, DFM is engaged in several initiatives to ensure that the NRC is ready for advanced reactors and advanced fuels, particularly considering the actions that the NRC must take to meet the requirements of the Advance Act. One such initiative is the New Fuels Team, or NFT, within DFM. I'm here with Jason Piotr, who serves as a team lead of the NFT. So we're here to talk a little bit about the new fuels team, what it is, why it was formed, current and future activities going forward. Hi, Jason.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. First, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll get into the NFT and your role.
Okay. Thanks, Suzanne. So I've been with the NRC for a little over 20 years. Nearly all of that time was in the Division of Fuel Management as a technical reviewer of some type, structural, thermal, and containment. In 2021, I took a temporary position as the New Fuels Team Program Manager, and it turned into something that was much larger than I initially anticipated to be. That the technical review stints were I think, very, very valuable for me to understand business that we're in with spent fuel storage and transportation, and then now fuel fabrication and fuel enrichment facilities. And so I think I bring a lot to bear when it comes to what we need to do for next gen fuels. So we have the name, the New Fuels Team, that was formed probably in 2023 in terms of the new naming, but the New Fuels Team has been around in some form or another since 2018 or 2019.
Okay. And so we'll start at the beginning. What exactly is meant by the term new fuels?
So as I mentioned, the New Fuels Team, or the New Fuels name, the moniker, is really a conglomeration of accident tolerant fuels and advanced reactor fuels. For quite some time, from the 2018 time period until about 2023, we had them sort of bifurcated, where we were focusing on accident tolerant fuels because that's for LWR fuels, and then we of course had the advanced reactor fuels. A decision was made, and I'm not really sure, it was sort of organic how the decision was made to combine those, but since they were not typical LWR fuels or legacy LWR fuels, and there are a lot of similarities in the types of things that needed to be done looking at the regulatory framework, we just decided that it would be more efficient to take those two entities or those two fuel types and put them into one basket. That way we wouldn't have duplication of effort, and really you're starting to see that even within NRR, where they're looking to bring those two areas together into one area as well. So we're sort of ahead of the curve, just because I think for the enrichment facilities and fabrication facilities, we're out in front and leading in terms of the licensing activities. And so that's why I think in some of these cases where you'll see these changes happening. Next gen fuels is another term that's used. DOE uses that term, and that's one thing I do want to mention. It's a lot of different terminology. DOE uses different terminology than NRC uses, and in general, we have some commonalities, but there are some differences.
Okay. And so the new fuels team was formed, and its purpose and objectives. Could you kind of elaborate on some of those things?
I think the really short answer is making sure we're prepared for whatever comes our way. We've said all along that the regulatory framework is robust enough to be able to license these new fuels. The challenge comes in, what are the technical issues that we may have to explore, in addition to updating guidance and possibly even looking at rulemaking, because all of the structure, the infrastructure right now is dedicated to LWR fuels. And so even within the guidance documents, there's very much specificity to LWR fuels, talking about cladding and things like that. Well, some of these new fuels don't have cladding, or they don't have a traditional cladding. And so we really need to look and do a top to bottom scrub of all of the regulatory framework to make sure that we're not missing something. And again, I think we can confidently say that we can license these materials. The question is, how efficiently and effectively can we do that? In particular, with the challenges that we have with workforce and some of the other things.
Sure. And so the team, what does the team consist of? So is there a core team, an extended team?
Yeah, so I'll actually step back a little bit
Okay.
and go back in time. The initial team that we had was a single project manager.
Okay.
And that project manager did have an extended team where they would rely on various individuals within the division or outside the division, basically to track what was going on with new fuels, whether it was accident tolerant or advanced reactor fuels. It was within a branch within DFM. It was in the fuel facilities licensing branch. I took over for that person when they had left to go up to the commission, and was in that role for about 2 years. It started to expand after that. And so we had sort of the programmatic side where it was me and my branch chief. And then there was a research and guidance side where it was another branch chief and another staff member. That was essentially the team that we had at the time. It was distributed within the division. And it ended up being siloed, much like a lot of what happens at the NRC, where everybody's busy and it's very difficult to maintain those lines of communication. And so at that point in time, with the extended team, which were really technical reviewers and technical experts in the division and elsewhere, including research, it was decided that we would be better served if we had a single team that was not reliant on heavy involvement of branch chiefs at the time, because it took away from other things that they were doing. So the formation of the team consisted of a team leader, which is the role that I have, a senior general engineer, GG14 general engineer, and a project manager. So a permanent team of 4. Because of the freeze and because we're such a new team, at least the new incarnation, we weren't able to fill that 4th slot, that 4th engineer slot. And so we've been utilizing a GG14 engineer detail to backfill for us during that point in time. And so, of course, my role is to make sure that the various activities we're working on continue to get moved forward. But in addition to the programmatic portion, one of the visions for the team that I have is creating a series of experts within the fuels arena. That's a little bit different than what we might have seen before, where a materials engineer might be the fuels expert, for example, and really looking at how we can elevate our technical capability on the material side comparable to what is on the reactor side in terms of fuel qualification and understanding all the different various factors that affect fuels.
Okay, great. And then there's a new fuels team working group, which has subject matter experts in different areas that are part of that working group.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah, and so with that, we have a monthly meeting with that group. Those are the extended experts that I'd mentioned. It also includes the branch chiefs. And the idea there is to avoid that siloing effect, to make sure that the various tasks that we're working on as a team, or that the individual contributors or the extended team are working on, we're able to mix that knowledge base in both directions. So it's a bi-directional information feed. And I think it's been very useful to us because, again, we can't track everything. We'd like to, and that's one of the goals that the New Fuels team has, is to start to track everything. And I can talk a little bit about some of our products when we get to that question and what we're working on. But the idea is that information exchange is crucial to everything we do internally within the division, across internal organizations and then externally. If we don't have that level of communication, we can't plan, and industry can't plan. And then there's not predictability and there's not this regulatory certainty that the industry would like to have.
Right. Okay. And so you talked about interactions, internally. Um, and so how would the NFT get involved in licensing activities, if there's any involvement there?
So what our role is, or it's twofold, is really to track all of the workload. So if you look at this at the process in terms of demand versus capacity, or demand is all the workload that we have related to new fuels. And it actually goes beyond just new fuels because it does touch on all the legacy LWR activities that we're doing as well. We have a limited amount of resources to do this work. So we need to understand what new work's going to be coming in on the licensing front, and then all the licensing support activities that go into that. So that means all the guidance documents, particularly the standard review plans, but all the supporting guidance documents that support those standard review plans also need to be reviewed. Make sure that those documents are ready to go for the licensing folks to be able to use that in an efficient and effective way. If they're not ready when they need them, then we're going to be in a situation that during licensing, we're not going to be efficient. We are not going to be effective. It's going to be a grind to try to solve some of these problems inside the licensing process, which is what we want to try to avoid.
Right.
So by having a standalone team, it allows us to focus on that infrastructure piece so that the licensing folks can focus on what they do best. And really it's to take pressure off the licensing groups, the technical review folks, as well as the licensing branches themselves, so that they can focus on the good work that they do.
As a license reviewer, that sounds very good to me.
Mhm.
And so externally, what types of interactions have you had till now, and what are some that you plan on in the future?
So we readily interface with DOE, both for accident tolerant fuels and advanced reactor fuels. We have regular monthly and quarterly meetings with various groups within DOE. We've interfaced some with NEA, not as much with IAEA yet. And I think, and this is another one of those instances where there's a lot of different constituencies working on their sort of niche area of concern. NEA, for example, is really looking very hard at the back end of the fuel cycle. What are we going to do for storage and what are we going to do for disposal? We need to have those interactions with NEA. We need to understand what they're doing. We need to know what IAEA is doing. And part of the reason for that, again, and I mentioned this earlier, is that everybody is strapped for resources, particularly human capital resources. And if we're all working on the same problem and all trying to go to the same solution, we're not being efficient in that space as well. And one of the examples that I love to give, and this is for the molten salt reactor space, which is one of the advanced reactor fuel types we'll start to see, which to me, again, I think is going to be, as an aside, I think is going to be the big challenge we have across all fuel types. There are 88 different flavors of what we might see from molten salt reactors. And I think that's conservative. I think it could be even bigger than that. And so if we don't get a handle on what that is and be able to winnow that down to a realistic number of areas where we focus, and then you've got multiple entities trying to focus on all 88, we are not going to make progress. And so being involved with the Wizard project that NEA is working on, or being involved with IAEA, being involved with the governors of the various states and the agreement states, making sure that we're able to understand the needs of all the constituencies, have an idea of what everybody's working on. And again, that becomes a grand challenge problem.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure that out internally with our regulatory planner and our new fuels atlas. How do we take those things that we're doing internally and extend them out to the external organizations that we're going to deal with? And along with that, we have to incorporate the public. It's not just the intergovernmental agencies, it's not our counterparts. We have to go out and we really have to do a roadshow. We have to let the public know, here's what we're thinking, here's what's coming, here's what we believe are the safety significant concerns, and here's why, and here's what we plan to do about that. So I would say as a phase 2 or a phase 3 activity, once we've moved past the infrastructure piece of the new fuels team charter, we really have to start looking at that outreach. Again, with our counterparts, but again, with the public as well.
I think that's good news, because for this NMMS community, many reporters that are part of the community will be engaging in perhaps new licenses and um, and existing licensees may be seeking a greater enrichment authorizations. And so there may be different reporting requirements for the NMMS community. And so pre-application discussions, with the NRC and in other forums provide an early opportunity to answer these types of reporting questions and identify any hurdles that may, come up. And so engagement with the new fuels team during your public outreach may be a good opportunity for some of the people in the NMMS community. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the goals that I have for this team, and I think this is consistent with the goals of the agency, is to be a conduit, to be an information conduit, to make sure that anybody that is interested in the information related to anything related to nuclear, but specifically anything advanced fuels or new fuels or next gen fuels, we have to have an information conduit where people can find the information they need when they need it.
Yeah.
And we don't want them to have to dig for it. We don't want to have them waiting for answers. We want to be proactive about this because, I mentioned the NEA community in the back end of the fuel cycle, and you might be like, well, wait a minute, we haven't even touched the front end of the fuel cycle. Why are we dealing with the back end of the fuel cycle? And I think this is really where we are now versus where we might have been 50 years ago, is we have to think about the entire fuel cycle because there are other people that are thinking about the entire fuel cycle. So if we're able to, again, create the communication conduit so that we can communicate this information, have a one-stop shop for whoever wants to look at this information to go to, I think it serves everybody in a much better way than if we didn't have those tools.
For sure. And so in speaking of this information and communications, what are the types of deliverables that and products that the NFT will be working on?
So I mentioned the regulatory planner and I mentioned the New Fuels Atlas. So our first phase right now is really, and I'm going to call them buckets. It's buckets of information, and it's literally what we have: hundreds and hundreds of buckets of information. You can imagine that we've got, phases of the fuel cycle that we have to deal with. So enrichment and fabrication and front end transportation for feed material, front end transportation for fuels. Then we have back end transportation, back end storage, and ultimately disposal. Those are a bunch of buckets that we have to fill. Now you've got 3 major fuel types for advanced reactors plus accident tolerant fuels. You can start to see that the matrix starts to get very, very big, very, very quickly. The question is, how do we make all of those things talk to one another? And so, I think a popular thing is a roadmap. You want a roadmap to readiness, and we've heard that before. ATF roadmap is something we've heard before, and roadmaps are great. But if you look at this matrix, it's not one roadmap; it's multiple roadmaps. So we thought we'd be a little cheeky and say, "All right, it's a Rand McNally Atlas. It's not one roadmap." So that's where the Atlas term came from, and it's a way for us to try to put together a coherent pathway for all of these different parts of the fuel cycle, all of these different fuel types, as well as look at scenario planning, because you could have any number of um, combinations or permutations of all of that. And so we have to have an understanding of what the buckets are, how they're connected, and then we need to automate that. And that's really where the New Fuels Atlas will feed into the regulatory planner. The regulatory planner is, again, that's that demand and capacity question. What is our work demand and all the things that fit in there? And then our budgeting process, and then our project management process, and then our strategic workforce planning. As you put all that together, that's a lot of information. We know we're in a data heavy environment. We need an automated way to connect those dots and make those systems integrated. If we can't integrate those systems, then somebody has to do a brute force method. And if you go back to all the buckets, it becomes an intractable problem. And so we're going to have to use technology. And the agency is moving down that path very, very quickly with AI and some other tools that are going to be coming out. That's internally, right? Now, what do you do with that? We have to have a way to make that public. That's our phase 2 and phase 3 activities. Beyond just the public outreach, we also need to have the tools available for the public. again, whomever wants to look at that information and use those tools, it needs to be available to them.
Right.
We need to think about the user interface, user experience.
Yeah.
So it's stuff that many of us maybe not used to in terms of how we think about things, but data, visualization, data tools, ways to make sense of information. It's a big, audacious goal,
Yeah.
but I think we can get there to a degree that satisfies most of the constituencies that are interested in this.
Okay. Yeah, you pretty much answered that. The final question I had about future activities and highlights of some of the things that new fuels team will be doing. And so I don't have any other further questions. But
Okay.
if in the future, if the NEMS community is interested in learning more about the new fuels team, is there a page on the NRC public
Yeah,
website?
we do have a public website page,
Okay.
as you might imagine. It's pretty Spartan. Most of our public web pages are fairly Spartan for a number of reasons.
Right.
We would like to take an opportunity, I think, in the near term to try to enhance that, and we intend to do that.
Okay.
But again, we're trying to get our ducks in a row internally,
Sure.
and then whatever we're able to release publicly after that is what we plan to do. And that actually is another challenge. And we talk about the bi-directional and the communication with industry and what have you. That information sharing, and I can't emphasize this enough, pre-application meetings, information sharing is quickly as we can find out what those plans are and are able to incorporate that into our process, it narrows down the uncertainty in terms of what we need to do for preparation, and that helps everyone.
Great. Thank you, Jason, for taking the time and talking to us about the new fuels team. And we look forward to seeing more information coming out in the future.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Mirabelle Shoemaker, and in this presentation I'm going to share with you what the NRC and NMMS did this past year with respect to a series of NMMS-led workshops at individual licensee sites. NRC and NMMS staff traveled to several fuel cycle facilities and large DOE and NNSA sites to talk to their materials management specialists on NMMS reporting challenges and questions that they've raised to us over time. These visits were really important because they provided an opportunity for the analyst to become more familiar with the reporting systems on site and meet with the site operators and understand their accounting practices. In this way, this would lend some perspective as we go forward to solve some of the problems that we were hearing about. We held 4 separate workshops with NRC fuel cycle facilities at Framatome, GNFA, Westinghouse, and Urenco. And then we also held a joint workshop between Nuclear Fuel Services and BWXT, which NFS was very gracious in holding at their facility. The NMMS staff also met with DOE staff at Savannah River site at Los Alamos. For the purposes of this presentation, we're going to be talking pretty much on reporting practices that we observed from these workshops and recommendations that really help the broader NMMS community that can continue having these exchanges going forward. Overall, the workshop feedback was really positive. The facility staff and the analysts really gained from the experience. The face-to-face interactions really strengthen relationships and help allow us to dive a little bit deeper on some of these technical challenges that come up over the years of reporting. And it's really more than we can accomplish by phone in a single video conference or in a single phone call. So we're hoping that through this series of workshops, we've kind of kickstarted something where we can continue dialogue through future workshops, maybe in smaller scale via virtual interaction or, a touch point maybe periodically in person so that we can continue to build off the gains of these workshops. So at this point, it would be helpful to discuss what topics came up that really helped the broader NMMS community. And I'm going to invite the NMMS analysts to come in one at a time and help me with some of those topics. So please welcome our first NMMS analyst in a moment. As the analysts get into queue to help me with this presentation, I just wanted to cover the series of workshops that we had and at the facilities that hosted them, and just highlight the topics that we're going to be talking about in the next few slides. We're going to be covering rebaselining approaches related to foreign obligations and covering best practices for correction reporting, both on physical material and bookkeeping practices like foreign obligations. We're also going to identify some developments in electronic reporting. So without further ado, let's welcome our first analyst. So I'm joined here with Donna, one of our NMMSS analysts, and she actually didn't join me at the NFS workshop that we kicked off this series of workshops. She was with me much later on in the year when we were at Framatome, but that's okay because some of the topics that were discussed throughout the workshops are similar, and especially with NFS, Donna, you have experience with tracking government-owned material. And I know in your career you previously worked at Centris.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's some similarities there. But I've invited Donna to talk to us today about foreign obligations tracking and the concept of rebalancing and why it's important for NMMSS to have the same information that's on the site. So tell me, what does it mean to rebalance foreign obligations?
Well, do you mind if I start with obligations first, what they are and what they mean for
Definitely.
the sites especially? When material comes into the United States from a foreign country, it can contain obligations, meaning it's under a 123 agreement and the United States is required to report under that and to protect the material under that agreement. So when the material is brought in and then changes categories or changes form, then we need to inform, and by we, I mean the United States needs to inform the agreement partners that this material has changed form and this is what it is now. It's not a problem, it's just we need to keep track of all the changes.
No, that's a great point. Thanks for reminding us the commitment of foreign obligations and being unique to origin of material, which NMMSS is not tracking. So you mentioned material type changes and foreign obligations. So
Yes.
where do you normally see that? What kind of reports are being submitted by the licensees and the sites?
The sites generally will submit a 741 that shows either uranium enrichment or perhaps just changing downblending or upblending, depending,
Probably transmutation also.
yes, transmutation, decay,
Yeah.
all kinds of any transaction, really, anything that affects the material. And then, of course, there's fabrication and conversion and all kinds of things. So
Sounds like these reports are necessary. So when you do your end of the year balances, you have the story that helps you get the final number.
yes, it's really important from a site perspective that that NMMSS receives a 741, so we know. And our books are exactly like their books. We're not telling them what to do. We just need to know what they did. As a state system of record, we have many stakeholders that want to know all of the obligations at any point in time. So we have to be able to explain exactly what is on site at every site at any given point in time.
Thanks. So one of the things I enjoyed doing when I was at the workshops was looking into the systems and trying to help identify where there were some balances slightly off when it came to foreign obligations. You started off telling us about foreign obligations and why it matters with the 123 agreement. Can you tell us a little bit more about these stakeholders that you're preparing reports for when it comes to foreign obligations?
Sure.
I know they're both domestic
Yes.
and international.
And international,
Yeah.
yes, we do. We are required to do many reports daily, weekly, monthly, annually. But we need to report exactly who has what material they have, and what obligation it's under. And of course, there's also the layered obligations, which is also confusing to people because, you know, the material origin may be Australia, but then it went through Euratom, and then it went through the United States. So it might have multiple obligations attached to it. And the rebalancing is when material is used in either fabrication is a really good example because it is very complex and the material does change form multiple times in multiple ways. So being able to know what form the material is in at any given point in time is very important. It's critical for us at NMMS to have that information.
Thank you. So you mentioned the importance of it. And I was wondering, who are some of the recipients? Who are some of the stakeholders that are getting the reports? You alluded to the foreign countries.
Yes.
Are there domestic partners that are looking at some of this too for their work?
Yes, there are a number of domestic partners, including not only the facilities, but the Nuclear Regulatory Commission,
Yes.
the Department of Energy,
Yeah.
State Department. Sometimes we get FOIA requests. We get all kinds.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
get requests from Congress. We'll get requests from multiple people.
So one of the takeaways I learned from the workshops was that if you can report a foreign obligation change in real time, that's the best way to do it versus waiting at the end of the year to
Yes.
make sense of the rebalancing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. It's helpful to do it that way, but in some cases you may not be able to because you don't get to that end point until the end of the year.
Right. And NMMS is doing a running log along with the licensee. So I guess the best advice is when you're doing your annual inventory reporting and reconciling, I would reach out to Donna and other analysts to find out where the gaps are. I know that for a few of the sites you prepared 741s to help report a blending transaction, for example, and just sort of mitigate the issues that come up with annual reconciliation.
Yes.
So that would be my tip. Thank you, Donna, for stopping in. It was great to see you.
It's great to see you. Thank you.
So I'm joined now with Genevieve. She was actually with me at the NFS workshop in person, and then that experience sort of lent itself to giving some virtual support to us with the workshop at Westinghouse. And we kind of want to continue the conversation we just had with Donna. She teed us up a little bit on how important reconciliation is. We talked about it with a focus on foreign obligations, but this came up at the workshops, the importance of annual reconciliation and how getting the right ending book balance is going to give you the correct beginning book balance. So you have a couple tips for us. I guess to start, you could shed some light maybe on a big part of what NMMS does day to day and how that ensures a smooth reconciliation for the licensees.
Sure. So NMMS assists all of our licensees and sites with reporting their 741s with as much accuracy as what occurred at the facility as we possibly can. So we have discussions and we're like, oh, so this is what happened. This is how you want to report it. That's with respect to processing of material, breakout of items of varying enrichment on 741 transactions and blending transactions. A lot of times we find a lot of people have questions about those types of transactions.
So it's really important because sometimes when we think about transactions, we're thinking about material getting ready to leave the site, and that's a transaction, but you're really focused on like what's happening on site.
Yes.
So can you tell me a little bit more about the types of inventory changes you're talking about and the codes that you're seeing?
Sure. So let's say, for example, you received a material shipment and you processed that material, you downblended it maybe over a year or so. NMMS would expect to see category change transactions for the change in the material, so that we get a transaction of what accurately occurred at the facility. So we can know, oh, well, this is a downblend, this is a transaction blend, or whatever. This is a category change. It's change of material. So
it kind of tells the story so that when you are seeing the differences in, for example, E1 and E2 values at the end of the year, you have the story along the way to help you with the rebalancing.
Yeah, and we always want to make sure that we're helping the facility apply the transactions properly. So you don't want to, say, report or document a change in
processing on, say, a transfer of material transaction, because you wouldn't, it's not possible.
I get you. It's like the customer is asking for this level of enrichment on the yielded product, but you need to account for it in your inventory first before it gets on that 741 for the material leaving.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So it's already on your inventory, and you're blending it at the facility, and then you're seeing the various transactions throughout the year, or if you do have a discrepancy at the end of the year, we would help you account for that through a category change transaction.
Great. You talk about breakout of items with varying enrichment. Is there anything else you want to add about that in terms of, industries moving towards more complex new horizons?
Sure.
What's a tip or any takeaway based on the workshops that you can offer in closing?
Well, so we see facilities averaging items onto one line, which, I mean, if they're of the same enrichment, that's, understandable, but sometimes it can obfuscate the varying enrichment of each of the items if you're averaging it onto one line. So when possible, it's best to see the material enrichment move through the processing of the facility and the fuel cycle, if it's possible, and that's achieved by reporting. You can average similar enrichments on one line, but if you have E4 and E1, you wouldn't want to average it on one line because we're losing that item's enrichment. So it's best practice to break it out by material assay range if possible on your 741 transactions. And it's really important, I think, and it's a little bit complex with this new
Like the HALEU coming
the HALEU,
right?
or the accident tolerant fuel. But it gets even more complex, I think, when you add obligations into it. So if the material is obligated, there are certain principles that may apply to changes in enrichment for an obligated material.
Yeah, that's actually a really good plug to remind folks about the process, that Appendix F in New Reg 6 requires that licensees and DOE sites also follow the like-for-like principles, and foreign obligation changes between the E1, E2, E3, E4 categories require prior government approval. We've successfully done this for some licensees where NRC prepares a package for the interagency to review and recommend prior government approval. So we're recommending that at the earliest opportunity where you think you may be engaging in the activity, notify NMMSS, notify NRC so that we can facilitate that process. Before you go, though, I do want to thank you because Genevieve has made herself available for some continuing workshop conversations. So we've met with a couple folks. We've talked to NFS again, and we've talked to Westinghouse appropriately about some trial reporting to see what it would look like to make sure we get the detail lines on the 741 so that both the provider and the recipient have the nuanced details in their form. So thank you.
Yeah.
I'm joined now with Elaine, one of our NMMS analysts. I'm sure many of you have had the pleasure of talking with her over the years. She has helped with NRC licensee reporting. I think you've given support for DOE sites as well. But really what Elaine's special skill set is helping IAEA selected facilities reconcile their inventories and do their monthly and annual reporting to the IAEA. So thank you, Elaine, for coming.
Thank you.
So we heard earlier from other analysts who came on this workshop tour with us. They talked about issues related to foreign obligations and started talking about corrections. You were at the Urenco workshop, and I'm grateful you made it because if you don't know the story, I tried to get to Urenco and had the travel day from HE double hockey sticks and never made it. I was able to participate virtually, thank goodness. But Elaine, you carried really the reins there and had your fingers in the books trying to help the licensee with their reporting. And we talked a bit about corrections,
there, but everywhere really. And I think you highlighted some of the best practices when it comes to reporting corrections. So maybe you can kick us off with, tell us the simplest way to report a correction, especially for the new folks tuning in who haven't done that before. What can they do?
The best and easiest way to do a correction is if the transaction is still in the open period. In other words, we are roughly several weeks delayed for accounting periods. If that transaction is still in the open period, we can simply make a change without doing any type of correction, save it, and it's good.
You're talking about the NMMSS open period, right? Like the month versus
Correct.
the licensee, the processing period versus the site's open period, like a material balance period.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's flip it then. What would be the most convoluted, difficult type of correction that could come up, and then how would a licensee resolve that or a site report that?
Probably the most complicated is if at the beginning of the year, everyone has to remember to use a new calendar year. If you use the wrong calendar year on your transaction, you have to back out the transaction all the way out, like negate everything, and then put it back in with a new correction number as if it was being reported brand new, or else these reports will not be able to correctly account for the change.
Okay. And then there's also, in conducting the workshops, we found that there's specific correction advice we wanted to give to those safeguard select facilities because there's, some special consideration when it comes to the material balance that the corrections reported in. So for those facilities reporting to the IAEA, what are the best practices on reporting corrections?
One thing is obligations aren't reported to the IAEA.
Correct.
So any changes that are made to obligations can be made anytime, and those are not going to be reported to the IAEA.
Okay.
They would not jeopardize the closed material balance report that is reconciled with IAEA. If you have a correction that needs to be made, and you, under the new reg, you can use the activity date on which you discovered the error or discovered the correction needed to be made. But if it's in a different material balance period as your original correction or your transaction, then you want to think to yourself, do I want to account for it in this period or the period before? If you account for it in the period before, then the inventory bottom line is going to change, and all that needs to be re-reported. So if it's preferable, if it's possible, to account for the correction in the open material balance period, therefore reducing the need for reporting.
I think that's really unique because I remember you came with us to Vienna and we talked about that with the IAEA, that ending year inventory has to be the line at which the new beginning book balance begins. And so when you make a change to a previous ending book balance, you kind of like restart the line in the sand, and it causes this ripple effect of reporting. So to reduce the likelihood of NMMSS and the licensee or site being off, having that activity reported in the current period could be preferable. And you said it doesn't matter for obligations because obligations reporting doesn't go to IAEA. So if we want to readjust the balance in a previous period, that's okay.
Correct.
All right. What about, is there anything else about correcting action dates that we need to know? I'm thinking of, probably one that came up is, you can't correct the action before the action occurred.
You can't change the activity date of a receipt to be before the shipping date.
Okay.
Obviously.
That's a good tip.
There are some times when the activity date was captured incorrectly, and let's say it was captured as December, it should have been November. We can correct that as long as it's not before the shipper's activity date.
Okay. That would sound like one of those complicated back the whole thing out if there was an error. Okay, well, thank you, Elaine, for joining us. Elaine has been instrumental also in receiving some sample corrections. So if a site wants to make a correction and they're not sure it's going to work, Elaine's been gracious enough to take a look at them Also noting that, sometimes these corrections have a ripple effect down industry,
Yes.
specifically with foreign obligations, right? Do you want to talk a little bit about that, what that looks like when corrections are made, even after material departs the site and the potential impacts to industry?
Well, for example, and this happened recently, it was reported that a shipment was shipped to a site, the site received it. 6 or 7 months later, the shipper said, "Oh man, I forgot to report obligations."
Yeah.
And the receiver is now they must report the obligations now. And the receiver had not had obligations before. And so I called the guy and I said, "Do you realize that you have responsibility now with this obligated material?" He's like, "No, not really." So that makes a ripple effect.
It does. It brings some new people into the fold of reporting to NMMS that might have not been there before.
Right.
So thanks for taking those kinds of calls and helping them out. So yeah, good tips. Making corrections in the simplest way you can, if possible. Always reach out to a NMMS analyst if you need more support,
Right.
and just being aware that any corrections could have a ripple effect. So reaching out to NMMS will help to ensure that any other potentially affected RISs will also be on the end of that correction so that the books are in harmony across the board. Thanks, Elaine.
Thank you.
So I'm joined now with Marcos. Marcos, you didn't come with me to Framatome. You were with me at the previous workshop at Westinghouse, but there were a lot of lessons learned out of the Westinghouse workshop, and you were able to carry them forward to help us out with the subsequent workshops that we had. And so I think it's a good opportunity to keep talking a little bit more about corrections, because there's corrections on the actual physical material and the processing, and then there's corrections on what I like to think of as bookkeeping activity, like foreign obligations. And that's where you've been able to help a lot with questions coming up in workshops. So tell me a little bit about the uniqueness when it comes to reporting corrections on foreign obligations, especially if it's like certain data lines or data fields.
So when it comes to corrections versus obligations, if you are removing obligations, you put a negative line initially. So if you need to correct that back, you need to put a positive line, even though the detail lines could have a positive line and then you need to back it out with a negative line. So NMMS reads that obligation line as negative already, so it needs a positive to basically zero it out in the correction.
Gotcha. And what about reporting the weights?
So when you need to report the weights on SM41, for source material like depleted, natural, and thorium, you report the element, and also for plutonium, you need to report the element only. When it comes to enriched uranium, you will have to report the isotope weight too. So if you're doing a category change with enriched uranium, you will have to report isotope weight along with element. This also goes with corrections.
Okay, so even if you're only changing one of the fields, you still have to report both of them?
Right, you will need to report both for enriched uranium.
Okay. So there's a lot of instructions available for reporting to NMMS, and some of the licensees and sites are going to be new to reporting. I hope that they tune in later this week to some of the NMMS 101. I think a common question that I get is the foreign obligation codes that folks use for transactions, are those the ones that can be used for reconciliation, or what is your response when asked that question?
So some of the transaction codes do translate over to the material balance codes, but not all do. A good example of this is Urenco, Canada is 94, but the material balance code is 86. Japan, Australia is 94. So if you report that on the material balance report, you will actually be obligating that to Australia, Japan, and not Urenco, Canada.
And inadvertently then have to do a correction if you were to do that. So I think the good takeaway is make sure that you're looking at the foreign obligation codes for transactions when you're reporting transactions, and you're looking at the foreign obligation codes for inventory and reconciliation when you're reporting annual inventory. So one of the things that came up too in the workshops is we had the opportunity to go and look at their actual site software and kind of noodle around a little bit to find out where there were differences between what the NMMS books had and what the licensee had at their site. There were a couple tools that you guys mentioned to the licensees so that they could make sure that they're staying in step with NMMS reporting. So what are those recommendations that you have?
For NMMS, I would honestly say contact us. We can send you obligation reports. The biggest report that we have is the TJ30, which is basically a final ending balance for all your foreign obligations for a certain date since the last reconciliation. So if you have any questions about what they should be for a certain date, just request that from us, say what date, and we'll send it to you. You can also request another report, the TJ45O, which is basically will break down all transactions with foreign obligations for a certain period. So if you think you're missing something or think something shouldn't be there, just send us a date range and your risks, and we can send a report back to you.
That's great. Thank you for highlighting those. I know this is going to be really important as we're looking at new fuels and advanced fuels coming online and really paying close attention to how we balance our obligation balances at the end of the year. These are going to be great tools that it sounds like licensees can request them ad hoc, that it's not something that has to wait till a quarter or the end of the year to have it ready. So yeah, please reach out to the NMMS analyst if you have any questions about reporting foreign obligations and corrections associated with them. I'm joined now with RL, who accompanied me on the Westinghouse. Yes, even though the slide says GNFA, that was our last workshop. But you did support that as well because we had some questions about data export and XML reporting. And you actually ended up being really integral in a product that came out of these workshops. We were trying to discover ways that would make it easier for licensees to meet the XML reporting requirements. So for the benefit of the audience, why don't you tell us a little bit about the different ways that licensees and sites can electronically report to NMMS?
Sure. The first way is through the fillable forms. This is a new web-based application tool that we've developed where users can submit their transaction or 741, inventory 742C, or their material balance 742 entries right through a web browser.
Perfect.
From there, they have the ability to export the XML, which they can submit to NMMS, and they also have the ability to export the PDF for their own use if they would like to save it as a PDF so they have record for it.
Perfect. Does the fillable forms allow you to do the 740M?
It does.
It does. Okay.
Yep.
And I know 740M, it's different. It's a text field, so it's like not really a quality check. But are there check features and edit features to check the data on the other forms?
Yeah, they're simple checks to make sure that you only put numeric values inside of numeric fields.
Okay.
There's a couple fields where special characters are not allowed.
Perfect. Okay.
Because some browsers just don't accept certain special characters. So we make sure that the ones they do accept, for example, the number sign.
Oh yeah.
The number sign is a big one where the browsers will not accept that. So as a recommendation, we tell the users to use, the abbreviation for number instead of the actual number sign if they're putting something in the miscellaneous field or the description.
Perfect. Okay.
One of the nice features about the fillable forms is you can upload XML to it.
Oh, okay.
So if a site sends you the receipt side of a transaction, or the shipper side of the transaction, you can upload that into the fillable forms, change what you need to change it to the receipt, and then export from there.
Oh, that's so easy. Okay, so we got the fillable forms, but there are other ways to do electronic
There are.
reporting.
We also have SAMS.
Okay.
SAMS is a desktop application that will need to be installed.
Mm-hmm.
So you may have to coordinate, the sites may need to coordinate with their IT departments to get that installed because there's databases that need to be installed and an entire executable front end.
Okay.
But SAMS is different because you still enter your transaction, inventory, material balance entries into SAMS. You can still export to XML, but SAMS has the ability to do what we call edit checks.
Okay.
So when we receive data in from the licensees or the DOE and NSA sites, we upload it to NMMSS, and it does a bunch of edit checks to make sure the data is all correct before going into NMMSS.
Gotcha. A little bit more than just making sure it's not a rogue character. Okay.
Yes, that is correct. So that is currently built into SAMS, which is a very nice feature.
Okay.
And the third is the XML converter, we call it.
Okay.
So if the sites have a application already that converts to 80-column text.
Right, which we know some licensees do use that.
That is correct. This will take those 80-column text files, convert it to XML for submittal to NMMSS.
Okay. All right, so we have 3 ways that we've, like, especially with the fillable forms, are new and improved since the workshops to make it easier. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about was, let me just double check here, make sure we covered all our bases, RL, because you were like really critical in making sure that this software was up to date and ready to go for this segment, because Thursday we're going to have Emily, I know, lead us in a demonstration of fillable forms. We're also going to have the SAMS software installation walk through on how to do that and how to utilize it. It does remind me what my last question is. We're staying on top of all new developments and minimizing the reporting burden, but I know we're not stopping here. What else is up in the future for us?
We have one tool we're working on right now, and we're calling it eSAMS.
Okay.
So we are taking the SAMS application and we're making this available through a browser. So no need to install anything any longer.
Oh, that's going to be helpful.
You'll be able to register to use SAMS, and it will have the best of both worlds. It's going to have all the web-based forms that you can fill out. You'll be able to export to XML. You'll be able to export the PDF, and you'll also be able to run it through all the edit checks, the same edit checks we do through NMMSS.
Oh, that's perfect. So blending best of both worlds, like you said.
We're
Thank you so much, RL. And just, yes, as a reminder, on Thursday to tune in to demonstrations of these electronic submission tools that we've developed. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank the analysts for taking the time to meet with me and talk about some of the tips that they collected after supporting us in these workshops, and also for being available going forward to receive licensees and sites questions, and really continue workshopping, because during this week we're going to be meeting with those folks who hosted us at their locations, and continue some of the follow-up actions that we identified from the meetings. So the workshops really are never going to stop. They're going to keep going. They may look different. They may be a virtual format. They might just be a phone call, and hopefully a few in-person touch points along the way. With that said, if you are looking possibly into having NMMSS come to your location to workshop some challenges that you might be experiencing, whether it's, there's new staff that's now responsible for MCNA and NMMSS reporting, or you're looking to implement the fillable forms or SAMS software and you'd like some support with troubleshooting in person, please let us know. We'd be happy to look into in-person and virtual conversations to keep the good work going. So with that, just thank you again to the analysts and to the sites, and thank you all for tuning in.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from our break. Alex Ziegler here. I'm with NAESH's Nuclear Material Integration Division, or NAESH 12, where I provide technical support to the NMMSS operations. As Maribel noted, I am going to be receiving your questions to be coordinated with the presenters. So it is my pleasure to be here with you all through this year's NMMSS technical exchange event. And I'll be here for the next couple of days. So please just send any questions my way, and I'll be sure to get them to the appropriate people. To start us off, after this last break of the day, we have a wonderful presentation from Dane DeWett from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, where he will be providing us with some insights on the applications of augmented reality to enhance safety, security, and safeguards. With that, take it away, Dane.
Hi, I'm Dane DeWett from Oak Ridge National Labs. You might be wondering what this is and what it has to do with nuclear materials management and accountancy. Well, this is virtual reality and this is augmented reality. And they've completely changed the way that we can interact with and visualize digital content. Over the last few years at Oak Ridge, we've been researching ways that we could leverage these technologies to address some of the challenges of designing and operating the next generation of nuclear facilities. Today, I'd like to give you more insight into these technologies, what they are, what they enable us to do, how we've been using them, some potential uses, and how they might be useful for nuclear materials management in the future. So first, let's talk about what these technologies are. This is augmented reality. Augmented reality is exactly that. It augments your physical reality with digital content. Usually that's only 10 to 25% of your field of view. It comes in many forms. This is a headset. You also get it on phones with games like Pokemon Go, where the camera feed or your eyesight through the glasses is your physical environment. And there's just some digital content augmenting that. This is virtual reality. So you can see virtual reality covers your full field of view and replaces it with digital content. What that allows you to do is you have full control over what the user can see. This is used a lot in video games, and it's seeing more use in applications like trainings, where you can immerse the user in a representative physical environment that might be otherwise hard to recreate. So why are these important? Well, this is more than just a video game device. This is a valuable tool in our toolbox for solving some of the nuclear industry's most challenging problems. Fundamentally, these are technologies that allow us to visualize things that otherwise would be impossible to see. They allow us to bring digital content into our real-world working environments, and they allow us to create more realistic and fully immersive environments to improve the ways that we design, train, and operate in the nuclear industry. So what are some examples of this? In our research the last few years, we've been using these technologies to develop new ways of doing radiation safety training and improving workloads in radiation environments. Rad workers are unable to see radiation in their training and working environments. Because they can't see radiation, it's difficult to develop an internal model for how best to interact with and handle radiological materials. The headsets have a few important capabilities that allow us to develop better trainings that help address this problem. As users move around, the headsets track the location with 6 degrees of freedom. This allows us to use that location to sample the corresponding dose rate from simulated data at that location and calculate the accumulated dose throughout a training. Users can go through their process without any visuals and get a baseline for what their dose is for a given workflow. The augmented reality capability allows the users to then push a button and see the radiation overlaid with the physical objects. To do this, we run radiation transport simulations of the source positions and object locations to accurately calculate the dose environment of the room. This is then converted to isosurface contours that show the varying radiation levels in different locations. By showing this, the users can identify ways in which they can modify things like where they stand and how they complete their tasks to better minimize dose. One of the main ways we've been using these technologies is actually to improve the facilities during the design stage. We were able to bring the 3D designs of a facility into augmented or virtual reality at full scale and allow the operators and engineers and designers to walk through the facility together. Doing this is straightforward with most modern game engines and has been a great way for identifying inefficiencies and design issues earlier in the design process, before they require costly retrofits and modifications. For nuclear facilities, this also provides new ways of doing more realistic reviews of the safeguards and security strategies earlier in the design. By having safeguards and security experts review the proposed strategies in a realistic reconstruction, it is possible to iterate and improve on the design before things are finalized. This could be a significant cost savings and help optimize the ways we manage and account for nuclear materials at these facilities. ORNL has a long history of using immersive visualization for understanding data. In the past, we've used this for visualizing high-fidelity reactor data, complex results from high-performance computing simulations, and generally making science easier to interact with and understand. This can be useful for all sorts of data. This includes everything from geospatial data to CT scans of 3D prints to the complex results of simulations for fusion reactors. In general, being able to see 3D data in 3D helps improve your ability to understand and analyze that data. This can be useful for nuclear materials management as well. Radiation transport simulations are commonly used for doing criticality safety calculations and estimating worker dose. While the results from these often end up in safety reports, the same results can be used to create radiation visuals for the different operating states and overlaid on digital 3D models of the facility. This can be a great way of improving material management. In recent years, we have also been working on other ways for integrating our digital understanding of nuclear facilities with the actual physical facilities to improve the ways that we operate. One example of that is the faster molten chloride salt loop application that we made. So this is the faster molten chloride salt loop. It's the largest size molten chloride salt loop that's available for open research. It consists of a pump in this pump tank here that circulates for circulation of chloride salt throughout the loop. It also has a heater and a air-cooled heat exchanger. The size of this experimental facility is comparable with the scale of microreactors and has a lot of the same components. So it's currently being used for things like component testing and learning more about designing, building, and operating molten salt facilities. What we used it for was an opportunity to explore the use of integrating our digital understanding of a facility with the real world facilities. So we were able to, it's not quite a digital twin because we have integrated the real-time data from the experimental facility, but it is a digital simulator that's overlaid with the facility. So what we were able to do is bring in the CAD model of the facility and overlay that with the actual pumps, pipes, and heat exchangers using this QR code as an alignment fiducial. Once we're able to align that, we're also able to bring in a full 50,000 variable multi-physics model of the facility that models the flow of the salt around the loop, heat exchangers, heat loss through insulation. It's a pretty detailed model of the facility. And what we're actually able to do is run that model in real time with the facility. So you can see the current values of 100 kilowatts power on the heater power. On the top left up there, you can see the airflow rate of 0.57 kilograms per second. And then down here, a pump flow rate of 10 kilograms per second. If I come in here, I can edit the values and the model's running in real time on my laptop and streaming to the headset. So I've changed these values to 140 kilowatts that you can see there. And you'll start to see the temperatures climb around the loop as that takes effect. Heating the heater outlet, and you'll see that move throughout the loop. So really, this is a proof of concept for visualizing how we might be able to use these visualization tools in the future. What I think would be very valuable to leverage for next generation facilities is also bringing in not just real-time simulations next to the loops and equipment that you're operating with, but you can bring in maintenance records, procedures of how to work with equipment, and those sorts of things as well. Another thing I'd like to point out is there's a lot of insulation and covers and things like that. So being able to bring the model and overlay that on the actual facility allows you to kind of see behind all of the insulation and structures to see what's underneath. This could also be valuable for comparing the as-designed facility with the as-built facility to help make sure that the things that you designed were built as you expected them to be. So the molten salt reactor experiment was a reactor that was designed, built, and operated at Oak Ridge National Labs in the 1960s. So if you go to the site, still exists today that you can go visit it. It looks entirely different than it looked in the 1960s, with a lot of new equipment and a lot of changes since then. It's also very difficult for people that are part of the many companies pursuing molten salt reactors to be able to get access to the site and get a tour to really understand, the layout of a facility like this, how it operated and the types of components involved. So to help address that a little bit, we made a virtual site of the molten salt reactor experiment based on historical documentation. We were able to also bring in a large multi-physics model of the MSRE system level thermal hydraulic model that you can run in real time. So you can go in the control room and operate the controls for the reactor with point reactor kinetics and have it behave like a reactor behaves. So to create the virtual site, what I did is I went into GIS data, geographical information systems data, and brought in the terrain map of the site at 1-to-1 scale. So I was able to, it was from LiDAR data, I was able to pull out the underlying terrain from the LiDAR data and bring that into the video game at full scale. Then I used layouts from the site maps and facility maps to get the positioning right for all of the historical equipment and things like that. What we'll do now is we can walk into the facility through this fence to give you a tour of the inside of the facility. In the high bay here, you see that there's an external structure and an internal structure. This internal structure is a containment boundary. So it's all a sealed envelope of metal that they used as one of their forms of containment. The design of the facility had a lot of the systems separated into cells. Below me, you can see the different cells of different component systems with concrete blocks on top for shielding. These cranes were used to pick up the concrete blocks and gain access to individual cells for maintenance and those sorts of things. They also had backup cells and storage cells that they used throughout operation. So over here we have the control room. A lot of people are familiar with this layout from photos and some of the startup videos and things like that. In front of me, we have a schematic of the MSRE components with the reactor cell in the bottom there. Above it, with the coils around it, is the primary fuel salt pump. The primary heat exchanger to the left over there. And to the right, we have the heat rejection system. So the air-cooled radiator where air is blown across the radiator coils to reject heat from the system, and the coolant salt pump there up there. So one thing that's important to note for designing something like this is a lot of the CAD system 3D model tools that are used for modern design of facilities are compatible with most video game engines. So there's plugins that allow you to pretty quickly bring in those 3D models into a video game engine. some even have a direct link, live link. As you make edits in your CAD software, you can see those changes reflected in the 3D immersive level. And you can tie the headsets. Most industry headsets are compatible with both Unreal Engine and Unity, which are the primary video game engines used for something like this. This one's based in Unreal Engine. In here, we have additional panels for controlling some of the equipment and reading out instrumentation. Behind that wall is the reactor cell, which we'll go to in a second. So the benefit of something like this is obviously it's full scale. I can walk around it at full scale. We can have the designers, the engineers, the architects, the operators, the maintenance folks all kind of experience the site at full scale before laying any rebar or pouring concrete. What's really useful about that is it's a good way of catching design mistakes or inefficiencies very early. You can go into a space at full scale and go through, the kind of procedures and types of maintenance or work that would take place in that space, and identify any, additional needs or things that weren't accounted for. And you can see in this design, actually, the control room, the maintenance control room, was accessed externally from the building. You wouldn't necessarily design it that way with a modern reactor, but this building was actually used for the aircraft reactor experiment and then was retrofitted for use for the molten salt reactor experiment. So a lot of the design choices were due to, having to adapt from an existing facility instead of necessarily how you would optimize from the beginning. So in here, we have a version that I'll show now with the controls of the system. So I have the control of the power and the fan speed that I can move back and forth, as well as the variable values for the different temperatures around the loop. What we were able to do is bring in a full multi-physics model that contained the primary loop, the point reactor kinetics with feedback effects. So if I turn the power all the way up and the fan speed all the way down, or the heat rejection all the way down, what you'll see is the power will increase because I inserted a bunch of reactivity. Molten salt reactors have a lot of reactivity feedback effects that will actually kind of passively shut down the system. So as the system heats up, the fuel expands and becomes less dense. So the fuel is further from each other, kind of slowing down the reaction. So you'll see the temperature peak out at a value and come back down without me manipulating the power controls to reduce the control rod position. In addition to that, you can see the colors of the loop are mapped onto the loop with heat maps. So blue being the colder parts of the loop and red being the hotter parts of the loop. We do have kind of all the variables in between that can be shown. So what we'd like to do is connect this simulator more fully with the control room. So having the dials and knobs and switches all tied to those actual values, like they were with the molten salt reactor experiment. So this is also a good way for assessing a control room design before finalizing that design. So if you go to the modern reactors, light water reactors around the country, if you've ever been in those control rooms, you kind of feel like you're stepping into a time capsule going back to like the 1970s or something like that, largely because those designs were locked in place with the licensing of that facility. And for the licensing of next generation reactor facilities, you'd really like to refine that control room design before finalizing it. So having a immersive simulator like this was a good way to allow your potential operators to experience that control room, give feedback, maybe go through mock emergencies, and the AR VR headsets also allow you to do things like eye gaze tracking. So for certain alarms, you can see where their eyes went and kind of record with greater fidelity how the operators naturally responded to an emergency, adapt the control room to better fit their natural instincts for where to look during different emergency scenarios, and really hone that in before you kind of finalize those control rooms designs in your licensing documents. Now that you've been able to see some of our work and how these technologies might be applied for nuclear materials management and accountancy, I think it's also important to talk about lessons learned. So the first lesson learned is being deliberate about effectively communicating about AR/VR in nuclear materials management and accountancy. So a lot of people think of AR/VR as being solely video games, not realizing how much these technologies have grown in the past few years and how much they're being adopted in various industries. So the industrial applications of this really are for immersive data visualization and being able to experience data in 3D at full scale, which I think is very valuable. The next lesson learned I'd like to talk about is having the SMEs involved, subject matter experts involved early in the visualization process. So having the people developing your visualization application talking to the subject matter experts in your field. The reason being, it could be things from file formats. Having the right file formats can really, or the wrong file formats can really slow things down. So having compatible file formats makes things a lot easier. There's also a lot of environmental and operational considerations that might go into specifically augmented reality that the people developing the visual app need to know, like lighting conditions or other constraints. As well as communicating priorities. So communicating what is important to visualize, what are they trying to get out of the visualization is also very important to get upfront. The third lesson learned I'd like to talk about is hardware selection and limitations. So the form factors and your headset selection are very important for project success. So knowing the differences between virtual and augmented reality, controllers, hand inputs, and being deliberate about which headset you choose for the environmental conditions is very important. Also, considering personal protective equipment or other operational constraints that the users might have in using these headsets. So if they're wearing it for a long time, or if there's other PPE that might conflict with the headsets, that might need to be taken into consideration. Lastly, I think it's important to balance the amount of effort that goes into a visualization versus the value add of that visualization to the project goal or the organization's goals. So certain things are very low effort, but high value add. For example of that could be immersive design reviews, where the models are already compatible and can be brought into a headset pretty quickly for designers, engineers, operators to be able to experience that and give feedback on a design earlier. Other things like photorealistic lighting and materials or interfacing with other softwares can be quite challenging. So you definitely want to engage with the person developing the software to understand what is difficult, what is easy, and how much of a value add the end product will be to your organization's goals, so you can optimize early. Throughout this, we've been able to show you some of our public demonstrations and applications. A good example of a fully implemented product that we can share with you is the immersive digital twin interface for the Frontier supercomputer developed by a group here at Oak Ridge National Labs. This took our real-time simulation tools and combined them with 3D models of the facility and real-time sensory data for compute nodes and networking to provide a more integrated visual view of the facility's operating state. To give you an idea of what this looks like, we have a great video we can show you. Thank you for your time and enjoy the video.
Hey,
All right.
thank you so much, Dane.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, that was a wonderful overview of the applications of augmented reality. That music selection was very motivating. We have we just have a couple minutes, so I just have a couple questions that I would love to follow up with you on. Why did you choose the headset instead of another one? I heard you address some of the environmental factors, but I wanted to see if you would be able to expand on that.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably one of the first things that you want to get right is choosing which headset you're going to go with. Um, uh, Most of the AR VR app developers know these headsets. There's a lot of them on the market with very compelling marketing materials, and there can be a lot of challenges with using them and implementing them. So really, for us, a primary consideration is for augmented reality, especially, is the PPE that people would be wearing alongside the equipment. If there's any requirements for that space, for having safety glasses underneath, or some of these headsets have options for buying headsets that are rated for safety as safety glasses and things like that. Or if they're wearing, other gloves, then hand tracking might be something that won't work as well. So you might have to go with controllers instead. So really, for our applications, augmented reality, the industry standard has been the HoloLens 2 for a long time. That's been discontinued, and we're really waiting for like a new industry player to pick up that role. But really, catered to the end application, I think is really important to put input consideration early for that sort of thing.
What does the cost of something like that go for?
Well, it depends. You get on the low end, like the MetaQuest 3 headsets, which are virtual reality headsets, but they also have pass-through augmented reality, where the camera feed plays back to the screen. You lose your peripheral vision for that. But the Quest 3 headsets, $500 to $700 range, depending on what version you go with. And then like the HoloLens 2 there, the augmented reality glasses can be a little bit more expensive. Like I believe the consumer version is $3,500. That's discontinued. And then you get all the way up to $10,000 or more for some of these more sophisticated headsets for different applications.
What's the comfort level of wearing these? Because it looks, very futuristic here. So I always have to ask.
You definitely want to take it into account. Especially different people. I get seasick really easily, so even watching this video, it looks much better in the headset for that sort of thing. But the comfort level varies widely. The virtual reality headsets, especially, can get pretty hot on your head for a long time. I will say the form factor is getting smaller and smaller, and they're getting better about designing it. So eventually, kind of the ideal is that Ray-Ban look with augmented reality. It's a very difficult hardware problem to solve, but there's some promising signs that companies are getting close to. So even if the form factors, like the current headsets, are a little bit too big, too bulky, especially for operational use, we're pretty confident that the trajectory's going to get there in the next couple of years for a smaller form factor, kind of glasses size headset that's much lighter weight.
Well, thank you so much. This truly makes me feel how the future is here now today. It was truly amazing to visually see how the headsets contribute to advancing how analytics can be done at a nuclear site and facilities. So I thank you so much for taking this time with us. At this point, we'll be turning the focus over to celebrating the accomplishments over the year within our NMMSS community. So
thank you for having me.
Thanks, Dane.
So we're back with you now for our favorite part of this event, where we get to recognize various individuals and also the larger NMMS community for great reporting and support to the NMMS program. We're going to start this segment with recognition of individual presentations and support to the NMMS program. Loida and myself will identify a couple folks, as well as my NRC colleague, Eduardo Sastre. And afterwards, we'll also put a spotlight on some of the risk holders that reported to NMMS under the recognition requirements. So first, we'll pass it to Eduardo.
Thank you everyone for joining us virtually for this year's technical meeting. As some of you may know me, my name is Eduardo Sastre and have the privilege of working with Mirabel at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. This year, I have the honor of presenting an award to a group of people that we spend quite a lot of time working with and have been key to growing and strengthening NMMS both here at home and around the world, the NNSA Office of International Nuclear Safeguards. This office plays a critical role in strengthening the global nuclear safeguard system, working closely with partner countries, commercial industry, and both domestic and international organizations to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of international safeguards. But what has truly made the difference is the people behind the mission. We want to specially recognize Danielle Watts, Wayne May, Virginia Kerr, Sarah Lofton, and Ruth Smith. Their dedication, collaboration, and tireless support have elevated our shared work to new levels. From groundbreaking initiatives like ARISE, INCEPT, and SPACE, to ensuring that NMMS has had a seat at the table in major efforts, such as the Plutonium Disposition Project. This team has helped position NMMS as a key player in international safeguards implementation. On behalf of the NMMS team and all of us here, thank you for your vision, partnership, and unwavering commitment to securing nuclear materials around the world. We're honored to work alongside you. Congratulations, and now back to Loida and Mirabel.
Thanks, Eduardo. So now I'm going to present to the folks that we recognize out of the Department of Energy. So this is really on behalf of NAESH 12, our Nuclear Materials Integration Division, and I wanted to recognize two leaders in our enterprise, two nuclear materials managers, and I think you'll hear or have heard some of the experiences that this unique function has throughout the Department of Energy, and really with regards to government-owned nuclear materials. So first person I want to recognize is Danielle Turpin. She's with our NNSA field office at Y12. So that's in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and really the center of excellence for uranium. So recognize Danielle's expertise, dedication to mission, as well as her passion for learning and her just leadership overall across nuclear materials, but also other elements of NNSA program leadership, and her expertise in international materials and everything for reporting. She's shared with me that this is her dream job, so it really shows in Danielle's passion for this work. So thank you, Danielle, and congratulations. I also want to recognize Kathy Ramsey from the Savannah River National Laboratory. So Kathy, for folks who may be familiar with this site, this is one of our large locations for plutonium. So we have uranium and plutonium represented. Kathy also works with under the Savannah River National Laboratory, which is the laboratory for environmental management within DOE, the official laboratory for that organization. So a lot of materials management skills that Kathy has honed over the years, and is a leader in this entire field, and passion for detail and teaching others as well. So thank you, Kathy and Danielle, for both of your contributions, and appreciative of your leadership in nuclear materials.
And for the NRC, we would like to recognize the licensees that supported the various NMMS workshops that we spoke about earlier today during an earlier segment. These facilities are NRC licensed and have a pretty heavy duty of, in some cases, reporting to IAEA reporting requirements, or just reporting a bulk of transactions on a day-to-day basis. And for these reasons, there's a lot of emphasis on making sure the reporting is correct for the integrity of the NMMS system, and that the reporting is correct for the licensee to meet reporting requirements. So we will be recognizing today Urenco USA, Framatome, Global Nuclear Fuels America, Westinghouse, Nuclear Fuel Services, and BWXT Technologies for hosting the NMMS analysts and myself for these workshops. I just wanted to say a special thanks for the amount of work that went into hosting our teams. This required making sure that we met security requirements to be on site beforehand, helping us with some travel logistics, and really ensuring that we had the right content to provide a valuable training. It meant sending over examples of 741s, opening up the actual applications that track the material and letting the NMMS analysts look at the various data cells so that they could try to make sense of where there were issues for the site when it came to reporting. That openness and that transparency helped us come up with some solutions for the licensees and just improve guidance and services that NMMS provides. So thank you very much to these licensees. I'm really glad to recognize the work and look forward to the continued workshop discussions going forward.
Again, congratulations to all of our recognized folks. Appreciate all of your hard work throughout the year, and I'll pass it on to Mirabel.
Yeah, thank you again. And at this point, we would like to move forward with recognizing the risk holders for their reporting. In the next few slides, we'll look at the criteria that we use to assess who would be receiving the rewards and identifying them by name. So much like in previous years, we looked at 5 criteria that were considered to determine who would be awarded recipients this year. The first was whether the facility had a physical inventory to report during the year. And the second was whether there were any transactions submitted during the period. And if both of those were met, we then looked at if the facility was able to successfully reconcile their physical inventory reports and material balance report with NMMS. And then we also looked at the reporting of foreign obligations data and other government materials that required additional data lines for reporting, like project numbers. And if all this criteria was met and the facility submitted all reports on time and were error-free, we identified the recipients of this year's awards are located within one of 4 geographical locations: the Northeast, Southeast, West, and Central portions of the U.S. On the next slides, the NMMS analysts will recognize the risk holders in these regions that will be awarded this year.
Hello, this is Mitch Hembry, an analyst with NMMS. I will be presenting 2024 facility recognitions. From the Northeast, Brookhaven National Laboratory, Columbia University, Connecticut Yankee Atomic Power Company, Dominion Nuclear Connecticut Incorporated, Fluor Marine Propulsion LLC, Global Advanced Metals USA Incorporated, Holtec Decommissioning International, Johns Hopkins University, LND Incorporated Engineering and Production, Ledoux and Company, Maine Yankee Atomic Power Company, Mirion Technologies Corporation, Nextera Energy. NIST, Center for Neutron Research, North Star Nuclear Decommissioning Company LLC, Norwich University, Pennsylvania State University, Princeton University, PSEG Nuclear LLC, Rhode Island Atomic Energy Commission, Stony Brook University, Schenectady Critical Facility, Susquehanna Nuclear LLC, U.S. Military Academy, University of Maryland, University of Massachusetts Lowell, Viola ES Aileron LLC, West Valley Demonstration Project, Yankee Atomic Electric Company. In the Southeast, ADP CR3, Aerojet Ordnance Tennessee, Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute, BWXT Nuclear Operations Group Incorporated, Centrus Energy Corporation, Consolidated Nuclear Security Y12 LLC, Diversified Scientific Services Incorporated, Dominion Energy South Carolina, Duke Energy, Eckert and Ziegler Analytics Incorporated, Energy Solutions Incorporated, Florida Power and Light Company, Four Rivers Nuclear Partnership LLC, Gel Laboratories LLC, Georgia Institute of Technology, Global Nuclear Fuel Americas, Isotech Systems LLC Oak Ridge, Manufacturing Science Corporation, Materials and Chemistry Laboratory Incorporated, Mid-America Conversion Services LLC, Mississippi State University, Murray State University, NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, North Carolina State University, Nuclear Fuel Services Incorporated, Orano USA LLC, Permafix of Florida, Savannah River Site 703-42A, Southern Nuclear Operating Company, Teledyne Brown Engineering, Tennessee Valley Authority, Thomas Jefferson National Accelerator Facility, Toxco Incorporated, U.S. Department of Commerce, U.S. Naval Academy, U.S. Navy, UCOR LLC, Unitech Services Group Incorporated, University of Florida, University of Kentucky, University of Puerto Rico, University of Tennessee, UPR Center Maryland, UT Battelle LLC, Virginia Electric and Power Company, Vogtle 3 and Vogtle 4, WR Non-Destructive Testing, and Westinghouse Electric Company LLC. Facilities in the Central Region, Ameren, Missouri, American Centrifuge Plant LLC, American Electric Power, Argonne National Laboratory, Cardinal Health PR, Constellation Energy Generation LLC, Dairyland Power Cooperative, Department of U.S. Air Force, DTE Energy, Energy Harbor Nuclear Operating Company, Energy Solutions, Entergy Operations Incorporated, Eurofins St. Louis, Fluor BWXT Portsmouth, Hibbing Taconite Company, Honeywell International Incorporated, Kewanee Solutions, Mid-America Conversion Services LLC, Missouri University of Science and Technology, Nextera Energy Incorporated, Northern States Power Company, Minnesota. North Shore Mining Company. Ohio State University. Ohio University. Overhoff Technology Corporation. Reuters-Stokes, LLC. The Dow Chemical Company. Thermo Eberline, LLC. U.S. Steel Corporation. University of Cincinnati. University of Illinois. University of Missouri-Columbia. University of Wisconsin. University of Wisconsin-Madison. University of Michigan. U.S. Steel Minnesota Org Operations, Excel Energy, and Youngstown State University. In the West, Arizona Public Service Company, Battelle Energy Alliance, Battelle Memorial Institute, Central Plateau Cleanup Company, Consolidated Nuclear Security Pantex, Defense Threat Reduction Agency, Energy Northwest, Energy Fuels Resources USA Incorporated, Energy Northwest, Entergy Nuclear Operations Incorporated, Environmental Management and Controls, Fort St. Vrain Spent Fuel Storage, Framatome Incorporated, Gamatron Incorporated, GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy, General Atomics, Honeywell Federal Manufacturing and Technology LLC, Idaho Environmental Coalition, Idaho State University, Isotope Products Laboratories, Kansas State University, Kirtland Air Force Base, Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, Los Alamos National Laboratory, Mission Support and Test Services LLC, Nebraska Public Power District, Nuclear Sources and Services Incorporated, Omaha Public Power District, Oregon State University, Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Permafix Northwest, Portland General Electric Company, Caltech Associates LLC, Reed College, Sacramento Municipal Utility District, San Diego State University, Sandia National Laboratories, South Texas Project Nuclear Operating Company, Southern California Edison Company, Southwest Research Institute, Stanford University, Texas A&M University, U.S. Army White Sands Missile Range, U.S. Department of Interior, University of California Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, University of California Davis, University of California Irvine, University of California Berkeley, University of Nevada Las Vegas, University of New Mexico, University of Texas, University of Utah, Eureka USA, Vistra Energy, Walla Walla University, Washington State University, Waste Control Specialists LLC, and Wolf Creek Nuclear Operating Corporation. Congratulations to all recipients.
Hello, so a huge congratulations to everyone for your excellence in reporting and to the individuals who were recognized. We have our lovely plaques here. We will be sure to get your awards to you. Also, a link will be distributed to the community in order for sites and licensees' ability to obtain your certificates electronically. So congrats again to everyone. As Greg mentioned this morning, the value of our materials management system is directly proportional to the timeliness and accuracy of the data that fuels them. It truly could not be done without you. the nuclear reporting communities and your strive and dedication. As he did note how reporting should be viewed as a strategic contribution to national security. Thank you all for joining us today, as there was so much already covered just in the first day. A huge thank you to all the speakers that we heard from today. We got firsthand perspectives on government and industry capabilities and future interests in expanding storage, transportation, and advancing nuclear fuels and technology. We were also joined by our IAEA colleagues who highlighted our shared interest in data capture and AI. We look forward to resuming the event tomorrow, Tuesday morning, where you will have the opportunity again to test your audio and visual and connectivity from 10:30 to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Just as today, if you have difficulties joining, please contact Nick Steele or Royce Jacome. The users event will resume promptly at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So see you all tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.